Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, I think, assuming, we've got some bitrate issues. I was going to say it's time for another episode of, but I'm not sure. We've got some frame drops. Oh. Are we back? Okay. It's time for another episode of the IndieTales game dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be doing some more Insignia dev. My hair's looking very curly today because it's kind of humid. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat and a big thank you to everybody who has, followed and subscribed. DPedal1 is the most recent follower, and Evil Scytheman's the most recent subscriber. 420 Blazer, let's go. Welcome. Oh yeah, let me change. I gotta change both the title of the stream, game menu, and side quests. That's what I'm doing on YouTube. Whoop. Quests and inventory. But actually, we're doing game menu and quests. Slightly different. Let's blaze. I've never blazed in my life, I'll be honest. Let's be real. Blazing's not what I do. I forgot to change the stream information on Twitch. That's the only thing. Game menu and quests. Okay. Cool. So, let's do it. Alrighty. The last thing we were doing before we were so rudely interrupted by the stream ending, because the day was over yesterday, was working on the equipment menu, the inventory menu, the design menu, the quest menu, and then the general game menu solution that sort of like envelops all of those little side menus. So I've been really busy today, but not able to work on the game at all because I've just been doing other things. I did sleep decently, which is a huge win for me. That's I didn't get to sleep as long as I wanted, but I slept soundly, I suppose. Not perfectly again, but I don't feel anxious today, which is good. So we've got these ding 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 ding. It's a journal system. With the clarity of a new day, I think my thoughts on this are, I think there needs to be a tab for the title page, because when you see these four and you cycle to the left, it feels like we're at the first option here. It feels like there's nothing before this page, but there's clearly something before this page. And when you press the button, it goes back to this page here. So having them all go down is like technically correct, but it doesn't show us what state we're in right now, which just feels a bit awkward. So I'm just going to do one more tab. I'm going to make them all a little bit wider, and we'll work with that. Okie doke. Actually, it might be easiest to go through this way. Tabs. And then press this button here. Close that. Here we go. So relatively straightforward. We just add another one of these and call it menu. And we're going to make the canvas size for all of these. Let's call it like 28 32? Nah, let's go 28. Nope. What the heck? Hey, where should I say? Somebody followed something, and I didn't get to see it. Thank you so much for the follow, the person who followed. I do normally have my little. Sorry, I'm such a, what's the word? I'm so clumsy today. All right. Sorry for knocking the microphone. Sorry for missing the follow. There it is. Narcotic, thank you so much for the follow. Hashtag blaze it. And Jan Poon Tong has written us a message, and we're going to read that right now. So, if you don't mind me asking, would you say you're comfortable in terms of income from streaming? I'm about to graduate from university. I tried working in a corporate things I actually want to make, not just what a company tells me to do. I just want to know if the income is enough to live comfortably and support yourself. I don't know what country you live in, but I would say genuinely in Australia, it's not comfortable as a streamer of my size. There are ways you can make it more comfortable in Thailand. Sawatika. I actually lived in Thailand in 2023, so I can tell you, if you're Thai in Thailand, it probably might be comfortable because it's a lot cheaper if you live there and buy your groceries at the Thai grocer. I lived a very Western lifestyle in Thailand, so it was expensive for me. It wasn't cheap for me. I mean, it was a little bit cheaper than Australia, but not that much cheaper. But I was living in Bangkok and doing a lot of, eating a lot of Western food and, restaurants and that kind of thing. I wasn't doing a lot of grocery shopping in the Thai outside groceries or anything like that. So, it depends on what your lifestyle is like, but for sure, it could, if you were the same size as me in terms of content creator, but you lived in Thailand, it would be comfortable, I think. Especially if you were doing sponsorships. That would be the big thing that I think I could add. But my brand is not, I'm doing a little bit of them, but I'm not like going out there doing like NordVPN and, Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships. So Marvel Rivals, whatever. Yeah, it's possible, but it's not easy. That's the other thing I would say. Like, you have to find an audience, you have to build that audience, and it takes years to do that. So even if it's like, I'm okay now, but it took me like 5 years to be okay, So this, I think we'll call this purple. Yeah. It's I don't know how to put it. Maybe for some it would be easier than others. I think it depends on what your lifestyle is and what you want to, how much you want to be able to spend in your life. If I take one away from everything, I can do that, and then it's even. What? Hey, Jam Jam. You did see me at Alt Games Expo. Yes, I was there. Nice to meet you. I don't know if you came up and said hi at the time, but nice to say hi and nice to meet you. Why is... There we go. Much better. Good story. Will foreign environment make development more focused? Will foreign environment, as in, does working overseas make it easier to work on the game? Is that what your question is? I'm not sure I understand it. What would you say? That's okay. What would you say is the biggest challenge you've had to overcome with getting to where you are as a streamer / game dev? If you don't mind the question. Okay, so the next thing here is I think what I want to do is have the red part of the book be a background and then have that be separately behind the tabs. I don't know what makes this black. I don't know what it is. Is it just a lack of a light? Or actually, no, I know what it is. It's because we're not in prefab mode and this is all black. But if we go to prefab mode, we can see everything. So journal background is, I think, our issue here. And journal background has both books. So instead, all we need to do is find this asset. Which is called, I don't even know what it's called. It's called game menu. Just like that. Okay. I think we need to rename this game. We'll call it game menu dash background maybe. That's called system. Or like front cover. This is going to be called pages. And then we delete this and this and this and this. But these aren't right. So what did I do wrong there? Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, all done. All right. So what would you say is the biggest challenge you've had to overcome with getting to where you are as a streamer? Oh, the biggest challenge is really just it's surviving the growth periods. That's the hard part. Like you, and I don't just mean that, like, I mean that on every level, like financially, psychologically, motivationally, whatever you want to call it. Like, it's really, really hard to get through the process of being a very, very small streamer and to find a rhythm that works for you, to scale up your content. You're constantly trying to chase things that work because you need more resources. You need more access to be able to be comfortable and try new things and grow. But you also want to do what you want to do. And balancing those things is really hard because sometimes it'll feel like what you want to do isn't very popular for some people. And then the things that you don't want to do are popular. And it's like, well, do I want to be, like, at what cost do I want to be a content creator? Do I want to be a content creator who just does this kind of content because that's what people want from me? Or do I want to do the things that I want to do, even if it means that I don't get as much money from it or success or whatever? So turning it into a job like that is really, really hard. So I should now be able to do this, 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 and then go find binding and pages separately. That's binding, that's pages. Make them single. Then this is now going to be pages. And then behind it is going to be binding. And I wonder if, I think a lot of this stuff is, it's sprite renderers, which is terrible. Yeah, the hardest part, Dr. Professor, is being like a 40 viewer streamer and sometimes getting 60. Like the cutoff for partner is I think 75 now. Being like getting sometimes up to that number, but then like not getting it often enough and being like, how do I go up? How do I go up from here? You know, that was really hard. And making partner is a big deal, but it's not like the biggest deal, you know? Oh, we're dropping some frames. Stream okay, everybody? Are you able to, am I cutting out a lot? It's all right. Oh, okay. The stream is complaining a lot. Wow. OBS is like, ah. Okay. Well, let me know, because it looks like it's a consistent frame drop issue. It looks like an internet issue. Okay, are we better? I think we're good. Hello, hello. No drops. We're back. Okay. All right, all right. I think I was just on a shitty... one of my networks is bad, but we're good now. Okay. So, where were we? Saravati asks, seeing the wish lists slow down, do you think your timing is good with the Steam page, or was it too early? No, it's got nothing to do with the page. Actually, I probably should have released the Steam page a long time ago. Or at least it might not have hurt if I did. No, I think what's happening now is like I think it's really, to me, it's like quite, what's the word? Until data tells me otherwise, I feel like there's quite a frank and stark relationship between the circles of my audience and what I can leverage with that in terms of the Steam page. So like, you know, people who watch the stream, watch the stream. People who watch the videos on YouTube, watch the videos on YouTube. They're different audiences, and there's not a lot of cross-leaking between the two. So like, for me to tap into my YouTube audience, I need to make YouTube videos more frequently, talking about the page, or, you know, just, I need to start like, not replacing, but like making YouTube videos that at the start of the video, I say, hey, if you like this content, go check out my game on, you know, on Steam and wishlist it. Like that needs to be something that I'm doing like every couple of weeks, every week. And then I think we'll see the wish lists pick up organically because they'll trickle in from the YouTube videos. But on stream, it's like I'm streaming and I'm plugging it. By the way, go wishlist Insignia on Steam. Either that's happening or it's not. You know what I mean? There's no kind of like in between with streaming. There are VODs of the stream, but you know what I mean? It's not a passive thing. It can't just sort of be growing overnight. Does that book ending language actually produce results? That's a really good question. I think it does. I think it would. Obviously, there'd be a conversion rate that's not, you know, 1-to-1, but people will click it. Even if they don't click it immediately, like if they see it over 3 or 4 videos, I think they will. Yeah, I think so. So for me, it's like, I need to be practical about, you know, I haven't even put a trailer out yet. I haven't even made an official announcement on my socials that it's available to wishlist. So like, it's really not like what am I expecting to happen? Do you know what I mean? It's not something where you can just go, the page is up, I hope things just come in. Hey, Rulu, thank you so much. Thanks for the sub. And particularly for Insignia, which I'm going to take a second to say this because it's worth saying. I think that what I have with my whole social media stuff, the endeavor, the whole thing, it's like Adam is making a game, and the people who know about what Adam's doing, because they know Adam and they know his content, are interested in watching him stream it or excited about the game when it comes out. But it's sort of like an appreciation. I think there are a lot of people who appreciate what I do. The game itself, by my own design, is not super visible on the internet. It's not going viral, and it's probably not going to go viral before the game is out. I mean, even when the game is out, it's not something that I think, outside of like word of mouth from people who have played the game and liked it, it's not going to have that that moment where it becomes the jump king or the whatever new hotness that everyone's playing. It's not going to become Schedule 1. That's just not what it is, because it's not the kind of game. It's not Balatro. It's not the kind of game that grabs you and hooks you in and gets you obsessed with it. And that's okay. That's fine. So in the meantime, I need to think quite carefully about, given that I've got this very classic game, what is the correct marketing strategy for that pre-release to get people excited and invested, and to do whatever social proof I need to do to get us to release, and then from release, what happens after that. That strategy stuff is super critical, but it's not something that is going to be handed to me on a silver platter. It's not going to be given to me. I have to like work really hard to figure out what that looks like and to execute on that correctly. And there's probably going to be someone else's budget involved in making sure that it lands, and I need to sell to them what that vision looks like as well. That's at least one goal. Like there's a few shapes of insignia that I think it could take. One of them is like we skip right over solo indie, over small indie, and go straight to like mid-size indie, where there's like 10 to 15 people involved in the project by the end of it. It's got a lot of money behind it, and it has a good marketing campaign, and it makes decent impact on the industry or whatever in the indie space, because it's got like mass behind it. And that's because we find a publisher who really believes in what I'm doing, who plays the game, likes the game, and wants to make it happen. In that version, like, I don't need to work exclusively as hard. I am running Windows, yeah. Like, that's one thing. The other version is like Adam, the solo indie, does the content creator thing, and then his game comes out and his audience likes it. That's like a tiny, smaller version of the thing, but obviously I would get all the profit from that, and it would require much less of me. It would just be, hey Adam, just work on the game. Just for the next 2 years, just work on the game, just release it. It would take a lot to convince me to do that, and I would be very sad to like, I guess I would have to scale down everything about the game except for maybe the soundtrack. My artists, the sound effect artists, I'd have to scale everything back down to solo again, basically. And then do a Kickstarter, and then with whatever we got from the Kickstarter, use that to like fill into the demand. So there's like, get money, create demand by creating hype, or see what demand is there and grow into that and just leave it at that. I don't know what the answer is yet, but I'm going to at least explore the publisher's thing, the big thing first, and then we'll exhaust our options iteratively downwards. So no, definitely wasn't a bad decision to launch the Steam page. It's fine where it is. It's good. It's growing at a rate that's consistent with just like where we're at, given that I haven't been posting about it and the game's not playable on Steam. So how many pennies? I don't know. It's probably like 3,300. If you look at Gamerlytic, it's pretty accurate. I'm not really interested in Linux. There's nothing about it. There's nothing for me there. I might push the game to it. Yeah, there you go, 3,400. How long do you think you have left? Probably a couple of years either way. Did it shift my strategy? I think I just assumed there would be a little bit more organic growth without me having to do much. Or no, that's not accurate. I think it's too early to say if the original strategy is going to be sufficient or not. The oversight that I made at the time, and what I think going to GDC and launching the Steam page has done for me, is it puts this stuff in very specific terms. It's like, if you want these eyeballs on the game, you have to make the content to draw the eyeballs to the game. You can't just say Steam page launch, question mark, question mark, question mark, 3 months later, 20,000 wish lists. Like, that's not going to happen that way. So now it's more like I have to schedule the little milestones. I have to say, this video drops here, this video drops there, these wish lists come in from that, this does that. I have to be more real about it rather than just go, well, it's up, twiddle my thumbs and wait for the things to happen, you know? You play on Linux. I mean, yeah, I might launch the game on Linux at some point. But in terms of like working on Linux, there's nothing there for me. Yeah, Twisted Family. I mean, that's the other thing. Like, I could reach out to Prime and say, hey, would you be able to, would you be interested in giving me a hand? I'm going to launch this trailer for the Steam page. Could you, give me some eyeballs? Yeah, we could do that. I'm sure that would be great for the game. I'm sure we could get a couple thousand wish lists just off that. But I'm sort of just like taking my time with that stuff. Specific guides to implement a gun. I don't have any guns in my game, so I don't have any direct answers for you. Let's focus. I got to do a bit of work. Top streamers in software and development. Oh, that's nice. For real? Well, there's this. I don't know if that's what you saw. That's pretty cool. Wow, me and Lana are neck and neck. Sick. All right. So, let's figure this out. What happened to front cover? That looks good to me. I don't know why it looks so wonky here. Okay. Ooh, we lost something here. Okay. Hey Shanty, I don't, unfortunately, sorry. It's not a bad idea though. There we go. No, that's not going to look right, but so weird. Partly because this needs to go to here, and these need to be gone. And then this. Oh. Interesting. Oh, I see. I didn't have to do anything. It probably should sit in front of the page when it's on the page. Which is significantly harder to do. To do. Alrighty, we're back. How to make exactly my game idea from start to finish multiple tutorial. Oh, thanks, Twisted Family. We do have a community list of videos people want. It's on Discord. No one's found it yet. It's sitting there. IndieTales. Server feedback. Request for new video ideas. There you go. It's there, none of you know about it. Not even my mods. It is a bit of a dead thread. But like, this is the thing, like, and I don't know how to solve this indefinitely. Like, I don't know how to solve this across the board. There's this consistent pressure, I think, to be constantly doing, like, I think people are drawn to things where there is activity, and creating activity in a space, whether it's on Discord or on a server that you create or whatever, creating activity and having it be alive is just a matter of people talking about it and being in it and blah, blah, blah. And starting a new thing gives something a chance to be alive. But it doesn't mean that the old things are bad. It just means that like whatever we're doing there isn't getting enough time and energy invested in it to keep the engine ticking over. But like, I personally can't, unfortunately, at least right now, unless there's a really, really easy way for me to spotlight that or highlight it. It's like, how do I contour all of your attention spans to be invested in stuff like that? You know what I mean? Like, there's lots of things we can do that are cool. How do we manage them so that they get the attention of the people who are interested in them? Some of that I think is about it's a community management thing, which requires time and energy and investment. And I think that's easier to do when there are more resources. This is like the IndieTales challenge. I guess any small creator or medium-sized creator has this challenge of like, what do I do? How do I invest in things that allows them to naturally scale up without going quieter and dying out? It's like there's like a natural gradient for that stuff. I'm thinking I might just have to literally start like paying people with money. It's not just bang for your buck. It's kind of like this, right? Like, it's like you have like a little fire, right? And the fire needs fuel to keep burning. Like that's just what it needs. I don't know what this is. And you can put a log on the flame, right? And it will burn. And if the flame is doing its thing, sometimes it'll catch the grass nearby and it'll just spread on its own and keep getting, keep expanding and growing and whatever. But to get to that point where it's catching fire and becoming like a wildfire, sometimes you just need a consistent source of fuel, at least to give it the opportunities to find those jumping off points. And for me and my content, it's been really, really hard to invest in adding logs on the fire because I eat those logs, like I need this fuel for me. So the fuel is money, or at least the fuel is time, and money buys time. So it's kind of like, unless, like if you're doing something and what you're doing gets so many eyeballs on it that like, 1 million people are watching, maybe like the ad revenue from whatever you're doing is enough to like let you take off your little, let's say it's $3,000 a month that you need to figure out your stuff and just live. And then it generates an extra, like, even if it's like an extra $600 a month, well, now you can use this to go back into that, and then it scales up. But what's always happened to me is like the viewership is growing slowly. And everything that this outputs, my needs are here. Do you know what I mean? Like I need this to get to like here before my needs are met. And then we can start putting the gravy back on to scale it up. And I've just had a really hard time because even making it, well, when you're putting all your time in and it's here and all your time gets it to here and all your time gets it to here, you don't have any extra money. It just goes at the rate that it goes at, right? So like to put more than 24 hours a day back into it is hard. And especially because I only have what I can put back into it is just my time. So like, how do we, you have to at least cross this threshold before it's giving you the opportunity to even like reinvest into it. And I think we're close. We're pretty much there now. Like I've recently reduced my my wages basically on my company. So I'm sort of now at the point where, because even like in your life, you don't want to be in a job, in a working situation where you're working paycheck to paycheck and not saving anything. Like that is financial stress. To basically every time you get wages, you then have to spend them just to live. And then you get your wages back and then you spend, and you never save anything. That's pretty dire. So, what happens if you get in like a car accident or like, something breaks down and you need to spend some money. Now you don't have any money because you didn't have enough money you've only got enough money to live. So I'm kind of like in a place where I was in the last 8 months while the grant was there, I was saving a little bit and I've saved a bit. And this is just like for me, just to be financially safe. It's not great. It's not enough, but it's there. So now I've taken my foot off of this. So this is going to pretty much level out and probably descend back down to like here again. Maybe in like 8 months, it'll go back. But with that extra money that I'm clear, when that's coming in, I think I'm going to start putting it back in and making the stream grow and the YouTube channel grow and Insignia grow. I think I have to do that. It's a big risk, but I have to do it. And I think part of this little uptick, I think this is where we'll see things like maybe merch. Maybe there's something there we can do. Maybe it's just more sponsorships. I think I just need to convert some of the eyeballs to revenue just for a bit so that we can double down. Because the things that you do here to make this thing go up and up and up, basically it's like the thing that you absolutely need to do is create time. And you do that by being able to basically hire someone else's time. For things like video editing. Moderation is some of it. But also like events. This is something that like, this is something that like, I am open to having more volunteers doing this, but it doesn't feel great for me to do this stuff on a volunteer basis. Because it doesn't feel like it's not exploitation per se, but like it doesn't feel like for me to regulate it in a way where I know I'm being responsible as the person at the top of this community. I need to know that like there's some sort of check and balance in place, and contracts and fees with invoices are a really good way of doing that. It's really, really, really important to like make sure that like people's roles and responsibilities are really clearly accounted for, and that they feel like they're getting compensated properly for what they're doing. Better to invest in demo. You mean like the game's demo? Well, this is different. We're not talking about the game right now. We're talking about Adam C. Eunice and IndieTales. So when I say like video, I mean like VODs over the stream, stuff like that. Moderation, we're talking about the community stuff. We're not talking about Insignia. That's like a separate full-time job. We're talking about the many full-time jobs of Adam C. Eunice right now. We're not talking about the game. Okay. Yeah. So I think I'm going to have to manually describe the sorting order of each of these tabs. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. I really think like whatever we can do, like maybe like right now, for example, Swizz is helping me out with a website. I think that's really important. If anyone else wanted to help out with any volunteer stuff, I feel like it should be short-term basis to help set up very specific things. Like converting on sponsorships and basically monetization, converting on sponsorships, helping run the Patreon if possible, and merch if that's, or even doing research on merch, like what's the profit margin like on that? What can we afford to make happen? That volunteer work to help not need volunteers and instead pay people, that would be absolutely crucial for us turning IndieTales and the Adam C. Eunice brand into like something that is going to go to the moon rather than just sort of potter away at the rate that it's currently at. Because I'm maxed out. Like the plate is full, and I think I've been suffering enough. And I actually feel like, I know this sounds a bit, this could be interpreted as like almost selfish. I totally respect and understand that. It's like, oh, you're just trying to make your brand bigger or whatever. But like, I also have a responsibility to the people who love that brand, the people who like the tutorials and want more of them, or who like the streams and want the streams to get bigger. This is your entertainment. So like, it's my responsibility to see how I can make that grow, or whatever, your information, entertainment, education. How do I do justice to that thing? And at a certain point, what a single human being can do in a day that's a limit. That's a hard limit. So there's a bottleneck that I need to get over, just strategically to help this thing that I started get bigger. So that's my answer to that potential criticism. All right. So we've got these tabs. Each of the tabs needs to basically override their sorting, which it is a lot of work. Yeah. I could put a canvas on all of them, but that doesn't seem quite right. Can I give this a layout element and then ignore layout? Yeah, but you still can't put them. Man, this is why I wasn't using canvases. Because what would even be the solution to this? Using the canvas system to bring the thing further forward. Would it be to just... There is no answer. I basically have to use sprite renderers here instead of images. But is that even... I have to scale that up by 100 to make that visible. And then I have to do that with each of them. I know it's editor hierarchy, but this is like, the hierarchy is this, right? The hierarchy is here are the, here's one page, here's another page, right? And then I have my tabs. And I want, the tabs are behind the pages. But then I want one of the tabs to be in front of the pages. But the tabs are in a game object that is containing them in the hierarchy. So it's like, these are the tabs. This is the containing element. This containing element needs to be behind the pages. So I can't make any of the child objects in front. Yeah, it doesn't work. Instead, I need to just force it, which you use sprite renderers to do that because they have their own. Their own thing. It's just an awkward setup. But that's game dev. See you, Smack. And Smack, thank you so much for everything. As well. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so now these are all, they were all what, images? That's gone now. Now there's sprite renderer and I need to reassign them. So here it is here, and we go, hang on a second. Something like that. Hey, thanks so much, Dr. Professor Bunny, for the follow. Thank you. You, and you. Now, do I even like it? It kind of has to happen later, like at the end of the animation. I'm not actually sure. Maybe like 1 frame later? I don't know. Now I don't know. It's not just fast, it's like, it feels like the icons are outpacing the pages. Like the page isn't ready for the icon to be where it is. But it's not just that. It also, we're coming up at the edge between the skeuomorphic thing and what makes sense in the UI. Because obviously, like this here, when I flip this, you would expect this purple to go on the other side. As the page turns, right? You would expect it to go there. But it's not going to do that. So, we've got clinkers. Yeah, but we don't want to do that, Robbie, because it doesn't make any sense. From a UX perspective, it doesn't work. So we have to, it's one or the other. We have to make a conscious choice either to do the UX thing or to do the other thing. One sec, pals. Pink. Sorry, Super Chew. You tried. So yeah, the solution would be, if we go back to how we had it before, you just make them images and you have them always sitting behind. Yeah, behind all the pages all the time. It's the least destructive thing we could do. It's like you're not running into the issue that it's causing. Yeah. So to do that, we have to revert, I think we have to revert this. And we have to revert this. And then also this. But leave the rest. And then there'll be icons again. No one will ever complain about this. That's probably true. Let's see if that gets us back to something that we like. Pretty good. I don't like that this here blacks out like that. There are some stuff here that it's kind of hard to get this right. Let's just fix what we can for now. I don't think we can get this perfect. I don't think it's going to happen. I think we just have to be grateful with what we've got and move on. So we need to go another like 4 pixels, I guess. That's it. We could offset them by like, we could have them be like a little bit higgledy-piggledy. so that they're all, there's a little bit of a diagonal thing to them to contour with the pages. But it looks good. This looks great to me. I'm happy with it. I just need to get the icons in the right spot. So let's do that now. Right now, this is sitting here, and that's one thing. And then this is sitting there, and that's another thing. But that doesn't make any sense because they're supposed to be positioned correctly relative to their parent. This has got the horizontal layout group. If I remove this canvas, I don't think it changes anything. So why does this and this, why do they not get arranged where they need to go? Because they look good here. They're in the correct spots there. Why is that not good enough? What changes them? Is it the no flip script? That changes the local scale. Is it the canvas? Is it button prompt? Hey Warner, I'm doing okay. We've already done the right side. We tried that. It's for about 8 years. It was that way. But I kind of just, I don't really like how it makes the game feel. Because, well, it makes it so that you have to be even more considerate of the way that it used to work is as you flip through the pages, it would flip, right? And then this would show up on that side, and then this one would show up on that side. So you would have them sort of like doop, 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 like it would be like, you know, like this, and then it was this. Oh my gosh, this is really hard to do. What the heck? This, and then this, and then this, and then that. Make sense? And that is not good for a person who's trying to do just general like navigating a list, right? Because you want to think of it like, well, there's this option, this option, this option, this option, and this option. And the one that I'm looking at is like this one. Well, as I rotate through the options, I don't want the options moving, right? And in that old style, it ends up being like this, where you go like A, you know, B, C, D, E, and then the next, as soon as you press to go to B, suddenly A disappears and shows up over here, you know, or the other way around. You constantly have to look, if not their mouse, their eyes, you know? It's like a what? Whereas this is just like, you're looking at a list, you're pressing left and right bumper, you're going across the list. It's just a much more organic way to look at it. What if I turn these prompts off? Will it correct then? No. What if I can change the size of this, but I can't seem to, what if I press this button? Oh, it works. Wait a second. What did we just see happen? I turn these off, beep, beep. I take this and I touch this, and then it immediately works again. If I bring these back, beep, they go over there. So something about the button prompt script is doing that. Now it's the question of, can I instead use the UI prompt? UI button prompt. This uses a canvas and an image, I think, as opposed to a something else. So maybe we'll just use those instead. I think they're better designed for this purpose. Oh, but they do suffer from sorting issues at that point. Except we can do... Interesting that had no effect. Wow, literally nothing. Okay. Well. Well, this one we could put on this side, maybe, and then give it a position there. Call it 8 pixels. And then this one doesn't need it because it's already that. And then that's 16 by 16. That's 16 by 16. I guess that's okay. But then they're hidden behind the bloody... We could do that. And then this prompt is left bumper, which is the abilities button. And this one is rations. Let's see what that does. Nice. I'd really, really, really prefer that they were sorted a bit higher up. So let's do that. Call it 8 pixels. We'll have to now put them back to where they were on the sorting order. So you and you take that away because I want the page to go in front. Perfect. Okay, that's much, much better than the way that it was. Now we just have to get rid of them from everywhere else. So, let's do that. And then this isn't even going to be in the menu, but let's keep going. Cool. We could push them up ever so slightly, I think, or make them. I think the icons should be visible a little bit better. So I think we need to make the size of the canvas maybe like 40 pixels. Could even go to 48 if we want. It's not going to hurt anybody. And then take all of this and go like this. And then take all of this. We could even do this if we want. Check this out. Boom, 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 boom. And then merge down like that. Genius. Technology. Technologia. That's it. And then go here. Here. Ding, 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 ding. Set native size. That's basically it. I don't think I need to do anything. Perfect. Cool. All right. Should animate the tabs. I mean, I don't know if they need to. I think we're like at the point where it's like good enough. And we need to move on. Okay. There is something about empty states that we could look at. It was a joke. That's how you know I'm screwed in the head. That I considered it. Ooh, this quest pagination is not consistent with this pagination. Let's go fix that. I think it's index label. Yeah. But then quests. Then we still want that. We still want this. We just don't want to see that. Technology. That's at 102. There's something wrong here. This has a content size fitter and a horizontal layout group. And then that's the background panel. think I used to know how to do this. No, 1 out of 1's important because you need to know that it can be more than that, I think. I mean, it's a bit of it's like an indication that there are more pages, that there can be more pages maybe. I don't know. It's not really that important. 1 out of 1 or nothing is the same difference. Well, the alternative here is go back to the old pagination system that I just had. Like literally just delete this and then use the other font. But I'm not sure what it is. I think it's Tiny Pixel in-game. But then the little icons, let's get them back in there. I think this background panel might work nonetheless if I hide. Oh, it's so weird that I think the text box affects it. Gosh. And that's a horizontal layout group, so then the only way to do it is to put this inside of this. Needs to be here with an ignore a layout element that ignores the layout. But that doesn't ignore the whole layout. It's got a preferred width, but then also ignores layout. Huh? If you're wondering what any of that meant, I think that's what I have to do. Not quite. Now, that's all good. Maybe we have to come over here and do it in real time. Okay. Quests, left side, pagination, background panel. There's something here where if you ignore the layout, then that's fine, but you would need to just that. That's all we need to do. Just stretch. Yeah, let's do that. Ding, 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 ding. Done. That's all. That's literally all we need to do. I think that'll work. Until it doesn't. It might be that it's not using its preferred width and height. Well, yeah, and then, hang on. Maybe there's one other setting we can change. And also, actually, you need to change it here. And then in every instance above it in the game menu, you need to also just check that it's not. Yeah, that's what happens. The overrides get set. It sucks that it does that. And then even higher up, you just need to make sure, yep. All of the instances of a prefab that relate to the transform in the different parent prefabs don't respect the changes that you make in the child. You have to manually go and update them. Done. Whew. Well, they're not quite the same size, but we'll figure it out. It's all right. We'll get used to it. Works anyway. That one's kind of like not, the designs page is like not quite right. And then quests is 1000 out of 1000. Probably because it doesn't know. We have this issue where you can't, what's the word? The issue is that we haven't handled null states for any of these yet. So in normal UI design, this concept of null states is really important because, like, see here, I've grayed out some of these icons. I've grayed them out because there's no content in this. You don't have anything in your inventory. You don't have anything on this. So, like, you shouldn't be able to navigate to something that's got nothing in it because it's going to do this, which is it's going to say, hey, you don't have anything here. Do something. Now, equipment's different because it's like you can have equipment to select, but you just haven't selected any. That's its own issue. But in inventory's case, it's like, there's nothing here. I can't show you anything. And I don't want to show you nothing. I'd rather you just not be able to see the inventory. Or again, yeah, you have to figure out a null state. In this case, like designs, like what does this look like when there's nothing here? Maybe I have like a fallback where I say, nothing here, come back later, or something like that. A frowny face. Like a 404, sure. I guess that's similar. Page not found. Hey, short. Thank you so much. Anyway, I think for now we're in a good spot. I need to move. What are these things doing here? Engine and camera rig. Just, you're in the way, guys. Just get out of the way for a sec. So once we've got some stuff, well, that's a problem. But again, it's because we're trying to inspect something that doesn't have anything behind it. I guess I'll do this off stream. I think that's probably better. Status icons. Oh yeah, I did that. I haven't done that yet though. And this is specifically for accessories, but we didn't do anything for the game menus. Oh yeah, I remember this. And this doesn't actually respect some other stuff that we did since then. Okay. We do have some rations menu stuff that we can fix. This is fine. This is fine. Yeah, that's a whole other can of worms I don't want to talk to. Let's come up to the very, very top. Design menu. Done. quest log done. Deleted. There is a polish. Yeah, it's here. So the thing that we want to polish is null states for game menus. 2 come off, 1 goes on. Okay, Morgan's Hugo track is in the game. That's a different task now. Show critical health in UI. This is an interesting one. It's not super critical. Mini boss fight with Hunden. Cutscene with Hunden and Martins. I didn't do that. I probably should go back to it. I think the most important thing is to get the quests. The quests in the game. This stuff's actually more important. So it's demo content stuff that we need to do. Hey Benjamin, how's it going? Basically I've got like maybe 3 or 4 quests that either don't have quest rewards or are taken out of the game because you couldn't make the things that the quests were for at the time. But now I've put the accessories in the game and the crafting stuff. There's actually a few things. We should probably take them down. So we'll make tasks out of them. So the first one is roll reckless pauldron. Crimson cravat. Mugger ring. Oh yeah, accessory tutorial too. That's important. Goodness. There is the horseshoe. Quest. And then there's chocolate recipe. How are you later on sending the UI from Figma to Unity? I don't. The UI design is just concept. It's just documentation for myself. So when I do this is all just playing with ideas. I'm drawing the sprites in an A-sprite, and then the A-sprite files get imported into Unity. But this is just like basically for the purpose of mucking around and seeing trying different concepts. That's all. I don't actually do like UI design. Oh, I do UI design, but I don't do, well, I do UX design in Figma, but not UI for the game. All right, this is a lot of tasks. To get this done today would be astronomically impressive for me. But I mean, we might as well just see what happens. We might as well try it. So I'm going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to see if we can smash through this whole piece. So it's a bunch of side quests and the item economy around those side quests. See you in a bit. Okay. Let's get, oh, I gotta close the door. One sec. Okay. I'm back. Man, my shoulder, no good. I've just spent the last 10 minutes just like trying to get the, I don't know what you want to call it, kink out of my shoulder. It's the way that I sit. Not great. Okay. Oh. It's just like, because this camera is coming across my desk, there's a monitor right here, which is like off to my right. And if I put it directly in front of me so that you can see, well, so that I can see it, you won't see me. That's the problem. You know what I could and should and will do right now? Maybe what I'll do is rotate the desk so that I'm facing the desk correctly, straight, when I'm facing this way. Oh, you're asking me the questions that are really going to hold me up for the rest of the stream. UX versus UI. Okay, very quickly, I'll answer that question. See, you can I already moved it a little bit and you can see it. Well, you know what? I'll put it where I want it to be for me, and then I'll adjust the desk to move it out of the way. But to answer your question, user interface design is UI design. That's what you would expect it to be, right? You're designing the user interfaces, and typically it means the graphical side, as in the look, the feel, the style of a user interface. User experience design is a lot more abstract. It's talking more about the features, the pages, the language of an experience, and it can go beyond just UI. It can go into more like more broad questions about how the app or the service kind of engages with the user. That's UX design. So UX design is more about strategy, and it can be more specific about features as well, but it's about how the thing should function. UX is more about how it should look, how it should appear. I mean, UI is more about how it should look and appear. UX is more about what it should be, how should it function. Make sense? Okay, I'll be back in a sec. Let me rearrange this stuff. Okay, now that's a bit better for me. I could even bring this, I mean, that's way out of the way, which is good. But then this is now in the way. So gameplay, the difference, I have this kind of way of thinking about this stuff. Actually, let me do one more thing. I'll come back the other way just a little bit. Hey, Ben XL, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. So what my job used to be was I was a user experience designer, and I was designing apps basically, and systems that I was designing apps, broadcast, like set-top box, like Comcast, that kind of stuff, the user interfaces for those, and seat back entertainment systems on airlines. So I was doing a lot of that. That's all user experience design. But the skill set, I would say, crosses over very, very comfortably with game design to some extent. Which is to say that I think game design is, IFEs, exactly. Yeah, that's what we call them. Yeah, we did the IFEs for United Qantas, Emirates, Iberia. I think the Irish one is called Aer Lingus. What else did we do? We did not do Delta. We did not do the others. It does. It makes me think of Aer Lingus too. I was just thinking that. Ride! The sun rises! So I think that UX design is as close to game design as you can get without making a game. The only difference between game design and UX design, which is a huge difference, is the distinction of needs versus fun. Needs and need finding is something that you do a lot of in UX design, right? You're assuming that there is something that needs to be a certain way because users have things that they need to get done. And so you're trying to find the optimal way to satisfy those user needs. That's UX design. And the core strategy, the core principle or tenet that builds on is the idea that you can, using essentially science, research, you can discover those needs, you can test them, and you can validate them through research. Game design, on the other hand, while you can science fun, it's to the extent that game design is also an art form, it can be very unsettling, or what's the word? It can be very, I want to say, challenging to someone who's like a UX designer to find themselves in a position where there is no right answer to a certain design concept or principle. Like, okay, we're going to put this feature in the game. How should it be? It's like, well, I could ask players what they think it should be, but isn't it up to me to decide what the game is? I'm designing the fun. So what do I think it should be? That's a little scary for a UX designer. Because it's well, how do you get the confidence that something's going to be you can solve towards something that is operational because you've seen it before in a different game or because for whatever. But if you're trying to express yourself, you're not going to get the answer from outside. You're going to have to do some sort of internal, wayfinding on what kind of experience you want players to have. That's the difference. One is designing an experience for users based on what they already expect and need. And the other one is designing experience for users that they don't know that they need, because it's not a need, it's entertainment, right? It's a video game. Players don't need anything. They're just here to play, right? That's the hard part. And of course, games have UX in them. We were just doing UX design, here. This is UX, sure, because it's a user interface, because the player has needs as a user of the game systems. But this isn't the game design. This is just UI, right? It's not what the game is. Okay. So let's go through our tasks and see if we can get through this. We're already here because of my little break there. No more questions for a bit. Should I have made my menus fun? Well, that's the thing. You don't need to gamify your menus. Right? You don't need to do that. There's a difference between the responsibilities that a user interface has to the player and the responsibilities that a game has to a player. They're just different. You can make it fun if you want, but it's not really anything to do with what the game is, in my opinion. Or at least it's not, a default menu doesn't have to be. Settings, if you're just trying to change the brightness levels, you don't need for that to be fun. All right, Saravati wants a Clinker's egg, and then Voidplane wants 5 minutes of focus mode. Geez, we're really going through these Clinkers, huh? A lot of Clinkers redemptions last couple of days. It is yellow. Congrats. I'm starting to resent them. They're tasting worse to me every day. All right. Wait, do you not have one? There's no way. Oh no, you got heaps. This is your, wow. That's your 6th one? Well, if you notice, oh yeah, they're sweet. They're chocolate covered candy things. They're sweet. I'm just tired of eating them. And if you notice, I don't eat them. I sort of like break the tiniest bit off and throw the rest of it away. It's a nice little RNG system, but it's not enjoyable anymore. Okay, 3, 2, 1, focus mode. Let's go. So, let's start with... I'm just going to do the easiest things first. Chocolate recipe. Okay, so chocolate recipe. Where does this exist in the game? It's really not great that I don't have some sort of lookup system for this stuff. I'm starting to feel it. I'm gonna need more and more tools that scrape the game and track what's in it. Or like database level stuff. Like, pardon me, I've got, and this is like, as we build the game up, I'm feeling the friction begin. Like, I have chests in the game. This chest has a quest flag, but this quest flag, house chest, I'm pretty sure that has a bunch of flags already. Yeah, terrible. So we have a good lookup system for this. Basically, this flag needs to be replaced. We need to give this a brand new flag. So it's named now appropriately. And then we need to place inside of it something unique. And oh, I already have the chocolate bar design here. Wow, my brain. Okay, well that's good that I've done that. Now it's got a unique flag. I need to go to the library and add it. Cool. It would be really cool if the effects of this were, if consumables listed what kind of effects they gave the player. Oh, missed it. Facts. Still got it. Okay. Done. Finished. Horseshoe quest. I still don't want to do that. Let's get the reckless pauldron in the game. How the hell do I... Where were we going to do this? Item economy is somewhere. Yeah. Okay. We get this from Pilo. Okay. Well, that's a whole separate kettle of fish, actually. Okay. So now we've got, that's all good and well. We need now to go back to this guy. And Pillow has the menu. I might need to, I think what I'm doing wrong here is I'm not sitting appropriately. I think I need to sit up a little bit. That's a bit better. It's the age-old problem of my armrest being lower than the desk height because the desk doesn't have anywhere to put... I can't, like, sit them over the top. Hey, W. Yeah, I did. Okay. So this is fine for now. Reward items. Pillar reward UI. Okay, yeah, sure. Sure. I think we made this functional. So iron blade. Yeah, we don't want that. So the feather reward 2 is going to be the reckless pauldron, but we don't have a design for that yet. So let's go do that. Window, insignia, scriptable object window. And we're going to make a new design called a reckless pauldron design. This is, this is a, I don't even know what these are. What are these? Trinkets. It's a trinket called reckless pauldron design. And the output is a reckless pauldron. And we're going to need some items for this. I think we need hedgehog spine, quill, 3 of those. Let's say 5 of those, and oronite chunk. I don't have leather in the game. But it would be cool if I had like leather strap or something like that. Where do you get leather from? Animals. Let's call it 2 of those. Now, he could just give it to us. We don't really need the recipe here. He could just literally just give us the thing. In which case, we don't need to do anything about it. He just gives us the accessory. I think that's fine, actually. Let's do that. And then this probably should be my favorite game of all time. Probably my favorite game. It's hard because it's like favorite IP, favorite single player, favorite multiplayer game, favorite puzzle game, favorite strategy game, favorite game. And then is it like game that I have the most sentimental attribution to, had the most fun with, the game that I would spend the most time going back to if I could. I think the game that had the most impact on me at the time, that I would consider my favorite for the longest, would have to be a toss-up between Pokemon Silver and Kingdom Hearts, the first one. But I wouldn't call Kingdom Hearts my favorite franchise or even my favorite game anymore. But I like that first one. I liked it at the time a lot. Even like Dark Souls would be up there too. That was transformative for me. But then like Age of Empires 2 was just as big for me. I cheated. Lots of games. I think assist ring would be really good for this. Ooh, accessory pouch would be huge. But it's too important to get from him. Let's leave it as it is for now. Magnet ring, and then, yeah, bird. So let's just say we've done that now. That's in there. Wait, it's 4 p.m. What am I doing? I don't have the time for all of this stuff. I gotta catch up to the actual time. It's now... We're like, all of this needs to be compressed into like a 2-hour period. Still don't want to do this, but Crimson Cravat, I know where that's going. That's an easy one. Oh, it already is there. And this is the design for a crimson cravat. It's not going to need Oronite chunks. I think we need like fabric. For now, let's just make it 1 and 1. Oh, like cotton, maybe is something we could do. I could make like cotton things that give you cotton in the game. What are they called? They're flowers, right? What are they? Not tulips, not lilies. What are they called? Poppies. Is that where you get it from? No. Am I confused? Are they just called cotton plants? Oh, no, right. I was not saying that. Cotton plants, okay. Oh, slopes is its own beast. I don't have an easy answer for that. I've got how I do it. Very, 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 very briefly, I'll tell you what slopes is like. So what I do is I have my player. The player's got a radius for this, so that helps them come up the slope and off the slope, but you're trying to figure out how to make them not bump into this. What you have to do is like send a ray, like a ray cast to the slope. When it hits it, you can get the tangent, the normal, sorry, and then the tangent of that slope, the angle basically. And then you need to interpret whether the player is trying to go up the slope or down the slope depending on their input. If the input's this way, obviously you go up the slope. If it's that way, you go down the slope. Then you assign their velocity to this angle times the speed. That's the way you move smoothly up a slope. Then there are two other problems. It's what do you do when you're getting off the slope? And what do you do when you're getting on the slope? So, two conditions. The first one is, and the reason why these conditions are important is you don't want to be doing that realignment when we're here, right? You don't want to be pushing the player into the ground right at the bottom edge, because that's just going to make them go gug, 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 gug. So you can't be checking at the back. You have to be checking at the front so that you can redistribute their angle properly. And then on the other side, you don't want them to be going up when they're already off the ground. You don't want to like send them into the air. So you need to wait until after this front edge is already past this point, and then you can turn that back to going right. If you can solve that and that's how it works in my game. I would also explain there's one other thing. Players expect for their horizontal speed, at least when I'm playing the game, I expect for my horizontal speed on screen to always be constant. If I'm pressing the right button, I want to go like, let's say 3 units per second or whatever, 1 unit per second in this direction. Even if I'm on a slope, So my speed should be faster on a slope to compensate for the fact that some of that speed is actually normally getting lost to going upwards, right? The velocity might be 3, but some of that velocity is going towards the up component. So instead, I always want the right side of the component to be 3, which means you go faster going up the slope. You multiply it by like 1.4 to account for that if it's a 45-degree angle. So there you go. That's my answer. Yeah, because if you don't do that, it feels like you're going slower when you go up a slope otherwise. Like in a side-scrolling game, it feels like you suddenly lose a bunch of speed when you hit a slope. Like the camera, as it's scrolling, will slow down. You're watching the camera like reveal more of the world, and then suddenly it's revealing less of the world per second because you happen to be on a slope. So there's a task I need to do here, which is make chests just give their contents to the player rather than dropping an item. Like and this is the thing, economically in the game, I don't know how many Oronite chunks there are right now as I'm designing this. So when this drop, which has the Crimson Cravat, needs an Oronite chunk to craft the thing. Yeah, I'm not sure. In fact, what does this feel like to play? I run up here, I come to this chest. I mean, it does look cool, but then I go, how do I get that? I don't have either of those, but maybe I would. Maybe later on I will. So I need that gemstone. This is still not doable. So actually, let's do the job. We need that gemstone. Scarlet gemstone. This was made by Luca. We could put it here. Or even here. Boom, there you go. Is there a name of a kind of, what's the word? Is there a name of a kind of gem that's like not expensive? What are they? Like zirconium? Zirconia? That could be any color. quartz. I basically need to make a big distinction in my game between like the gemstones that are crystals that have magic in them, and then just like things that happen to be pretty gemstones. So it needs to be like literally any color, red, green, blue, yellow, whatever. Hey, I can make it. I put the ingredients in the same room. That's not too bad. And then actually, boom, boom, whoop, boop, boop, boom. There's a forge right around here, so I can get it there. I know, but I use topaz for yellow specifically. Boom, boom, ta-da! And then I can equip it. Now my HP's halved, but I get back health every time I do damage. Ding, ding. Wow, my game's a real game. I didn't do any damage that time. Why didn't that proc? Spinel? The only problem is, with this whole situation, is as cool as what just happened was, there was no lore involved, which I don't like. It's fine for the demo, but like that's a major missed opportunity, I think. To not have something there which was a bit more. Oh, damn. Oh, I gotta get you. I need way more sugarcane than that. Now that there's like actual objectives, like things to get in the game, I feel like this is going to be fun when there's tons of reasons to get all the different things. It's like, oh, I need to get this wheat for that thing over there, and I need to get this thing for that over there. And when you start like accumulating little upgrades and stuff, I feel like the game's going to be really fun. Right now, I feel like as players are running around in chapter 1, it's not super obvious why you need to unlock certain things or why you need to like go into certain hidden areas and stuff. It's just like, well, there is a hidden area here. Full stop. You know, that's it. That was cool. You can do that into, hang on, that into that. I never even thought about that. Oh yeah, of course, yeah. So we need three of those. cheating that. Let's see if I can get all the things we need. There's not nearly enough hanging pots, or just pots in general. There needs to be way more pots. Cool. Well, this is really cool to know. Do I recommend any essential assets? Not really. I mean, I use hot reload. I don't know if it's essential. It is helpful. The Ace Bright import is pretty good. I don't use it either, though. I don't know. Well, we're not ready to market Scene Graph yet, but Scene Graph is essential. You just can't get it. People swear by the Odin editor. I use Rewired for input, but you can use the new input system as well. Okay, so the pots have, oh, they drop a lot of apples. Wait, why do I have 2 sugar canes at 2 different values? What is that? Why would I do that? Maybe there was a different item there that could have been that and I took it away. So what is this? This is the 4th one and that's 20. Wait, 55? That's pretty... Oh yeah, well sugarcane you can't eat on its own, so 55, take that away and take this away. Now it's better. Let's make the apple less common and make the sugarcane a little bit more common. And then the hanging pot should really be the same. Oh, it is. It's literally just a pot. No, it's not. Wait, is it? No, it's literally not. Okay, well that sucks. Why did that... Wait, really? I removed this and they both disappeared? How did it know to do that? I'm not gonna look at it. I made most of the art by myself. I think we also need crates and stuff like that. Like basically the same thing as pots, but just not pots. Just other kinds of things that you can destroy. Hey, Abraham. literally this exact thing, but just not this. I guess I don't. I guess I've never drawn a box in the game. Okay. Sure. I know I have drawn boxes. In fact, I know where they are too. But I might have taken them away. Not there. There it is. Yo, thanks for the follow. When I see all the things you do and have done for your game, I can't imagine how it's complicated managing all of these things alone. Thank you so much, Ibrahim. Saravati says, I know in a perfect world, I feel like you'd say producer, but if you were forced to stay in a singular technical role inside of a larger team that you operated and guided, what would you choose to be the artist? No, I would say director. I guess. But otherwise, pretty sure I'd say director. So this needs to be split up into destructible, I think. I've got all these little pot pieces as well. But I think that's not what we want. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've got little pieces of timber. I do, little planks and splinters and stuff. Okay, we'll use those. Howdy, howdy. The wall jump path? You mean like specifically, why do you jump like that? That seemed floaty to you? I don't know. That sounds like a matter of taste. I mean, it is there for gameplay reasons, but I'm not sure how those gameplay reasons would deviate from what your expectations would be. It's like about a 45-degree upwards direction from where you just were. Like, it's just a normal jump with horizontal velocity. Like, what are your expectations? That it would be higher and less far out, or more far out and less high? Well, the start of the jump is accelerated. It's not linear. Look at it. Look. It slows down once you get higher up. I am a vessel. Yeah, I'm just, I guess, like, which games are you comparing it to? I'm curious. Sorry. Yeah, well, insignia, I mean, I think this is very dependent on, like, perception. Like, if I go somewhere in the game that's zoomed in, I'm not sure I don't know if you'll feel the same way or a different way. Wow, hang on. Hang on a second. Like, how much more speed how much more height and speed should you get? Like, do you want to jump up here? Like, what is the expectation? But I would say like the real reason is because we've got special abilities in the game that give you the height and the speed and the rest of it. Like, think of it this way. Okay, you see this wall? If I could jump to the top of that wall, there would be no reason for me to get the ability that I need down here. So it needs to be kind of stunted so that I can do stuff like this to get around. Like you can't jump back and touch that again. I can't let you do that. And I can't let you just like gain a bunch of height. There's no way I'd let you go from here all the way over to there, you know, in one jump. Because otherwise there's no reason to have the abilities. You know, even that jump, like I don't even want you to be able to get that high because you need to be able to do that to get up there. So you can double, you know, you can do that. But like that needs to be a challenge. Make sense? Maybe I just rename this. Well, pots, I mean, they've got, it's so annoying because there's so much stuff here that I actually just would copy wholesale from pot to something else. Maybe it's just destructible. Maybe that's all I need. Let's remove this and then just go destructible. Nah, see that just is a thing that you can destroy. But we want something that's almost exactly like the pot behavior. Let's just copy the script. And call this item box. Yeah, it really is. It really is just like a different kind of game. Insignia is not a platformer. I know that sounds crazy, but like Celeste doesn't have attacks. The combat needs to be like appreciable. You need to be able to really where are we? You need to be able to sit here and duel against something, right? And if your jump sends you like 4 times as high, then it's different. So think of it more like Smash Brothers. Like it's got platforming in it, but it needs to have the combat of a game that's almost a fighting game. There is a variable jump height. Yeah, you can short hop and you can full jump. Oh, thank you, Crispy. BTW, if you like the game, go ahead and wishlist it right now on Steam. Cool. All right, let's keep going. So I've got to get these boxes in the game. This has got a box, which is gonna have a item box, and item box is just gonna have a bunch of, I'm gonna rename this sprites. Call that break sound. We don't have types anymore. And then active pot sprites is just sprites. Don't need that. I don't know about the colors. I'll look into that. Pieces is fine. Source material, base color, port, paint color. Yeah, that's okay. Bump behavior, yep. Drops, rates, sum, that's fine. Hey, Forest Grump. How aware are you that you're working on a masterpiece? That would be, don't give me hope. Don't give me hope. What? That's a box. Now, pot piece Needs to be splinter. I should rename that. Oh no, it's pieces. Cool. Cool. Okay. Well, that technically works now. Wobbles a bit much, but not bad, not bad, not bad. We just need these splinters to be a little bit more randomized. This offset is 0.7. This actually should be the size of the collider. In fact, boom. Amazing. Now the crate splinters will be spawned inside of this rectangle. I think they need to be a little bit bigger. I think a couple. How big are the planks? Oh, they look pretty big. "24 pixels. I mean, how big is this? That's about 24. 27. We could do 2 or 3 of those, just chuck them in there. It's pretty big. I don't know. Let's just see how it looks, and we won't get too caught up about it. Nah, it's no good. Also, the offset on this is like the current local position of the offset plus some range, but actually that's starting from down here, I think. Oh no, wait a second. The pivot of this is down there, right? So instead, Retrobox is an animator that I built that handles all the animation in my game. So this really needs to be the center of mass of the collider. And this is world pos, right? Yep. Yeah, I don't use Unity's animation system. There we go. I just feel like maybe we need like double the amount of splinters. I feel like even like chunks would be good. Also, the color of the splinters is not great right now. What would happen if I just did this? I don't think I've got a paint color. What are the, hang on a second. How do the pot pieces? Oh, they replaced the blue. I think the shader specifically replaces the blue. Yeah. Paint color, paint highlight color, base, base, base. This would need like another version of this. Called box shader. I just need to create a material called box shader material, and then just place this on that, and then we can just do the same thing for the boxes. So, are we going to use these colors? I feel like no. I feel like I want to use like this into this into this. Already I like it more. Nice. So that's your base shadow color. This is your base highlight color. This is your base color. But I've got I've got two mid colors. I've got 3 colors for the pots. These ones I've got 4. So this could be the shadow, this could be the highlight, maybe. With that as the base. And then that's the shadow color. And then this dark color just stays the same no matter what. So like the idea here would be we would have like maybe some kind of like some graffiti or something. And then I don't know what new base and new paint is. I think these get replaced. And then rim light, we kind of don't need it at all. Now, what the hell did I just do? Oh, I did. I think this color can be this color for now, but then it's going to get replaced in the game when we press play, maybe. But I now need to create the different paint colors. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So this gets placed to like, you know, whatever. That. And then we need to just add more of them. And then like the paint colors are literally just like, ta-da, random. I hadn't even thought about stacking them until literally just then. Whoops. Keep it pretty simple. And then let's make the wobble scale. Wobble scale. What is that? Okay, well, just less then. And then speed, what is that? how fast you want to go. So double that. Even less time. They look a little scared, don't they? They're like, ooh. All right, let's design some more. Now that was a mistake. Paint should go on the layer above. Today normally is my day off, but I'm heading out next week and I thought I'd stream just today. We could just change the angle of it. Maybe have like another one of these, or like maybe we bring in this. I want to go maybe like 1 pixel taller. Maybe like 1 narrower as well. See you dancing. Is that too weird, maybe? Maybe we make it like actual paint. And then unfortunately I screwed up. Now each of these, it should have been a sprite sheet. Each of these now, in fact, why wasn't it a sprite sheet? What's wrong with me? We can rectify this. Hey, Felix. Welcome. Cool. I think there's something about this that I'm not quite sold on yet. It's that I think a box should have other things around it. Like when we drew it, if it's like a supply whatever thing, like maybe some of these boxes should have like something draped over them or something. Maybe they've got like stuff on them as well, just like random. I don't know. I don't know what. It probably needs to be something. Yeah, boxes, ropes. When's the realistic release date? More than 2 years from now. Likely. Melted candles. Maybe just like another cloth. This is the thing. You could do this stuff forever. You could just go round and round and round on it. No, that doesn't look good. Even like having it be like tied down, that kind of thing. That looks way worse than I thought it would. Yeah, I hate it. What the hell? I'm thinking like a small box or something on top of the box. Ah, yes, a mini box. Yeah, notes is a good one. But I got to be careful with that because paper is like quite a commodity in the game. Like anytime you pick up a paper, it's like a design. So I think it needs to be more like, I mean, yeah, like a candle is not too bad. Let's just try that. Well, we've got to be careful because it's not modern day. So it's not going to be like stuff that you could see, you know, it's like older. It's like, and in fact, maybe these crates are too modern. Well, like, when was the East India Trading Company? 1600. Crate. Yeah, maybe this like import kind of like the branding would be cool. Literal branding. Oh, empty bottles. Yeah, that's an obvious one. I might do a version that's like a table. Like they would have used it as a table. So it's like much shorter. And then it's got some glass bottles and stuff on it. What, you don't want things that are flammable and you're near your fire? What, are you scared? Maybe they should be like darker, like rum kind of bottles. Why is the rum gone? This is a sprite. The problem is I'm going to have to now think about glass, but it's okay. I'll figure it out. So we got a little bit caught up on boxes. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, that's cool. With the combinations of the different everything, there's quite a lot now. I think the splinters need a rotation. Wait, they have them. Okay. No, they don't. Item box. Piece.transform.set rotate. Is it not like set rotation? Oh, vector 3 axis. So like new vector 3. We're rotating around the x-axis, aren't we? So like 1, 0, 0. And then random dot value times, you know, is this degrees in degrees? Okay, so random dot value is a number between 0 and 1, I think, so times 360. Ah, what? Wait, it's obsolete, but does it work? That's the one I just want. Degrees. To me, the graffiti ones don't make sense. What doesn't make sense about them? Just, well, graffiti is a strong word. Yeah, but rotate is a different thing, isn't it? Oh, it actually is. Okay, sure. Hey, Felix. Oh, thank you so much. They are rotated, but they're rotated around the wrong axis there, I think. It was Z. I knew that too. I knew it was Z. don't know why I just didn't. Yeah, that's the axis we're going to rotate around. That's better. We're not talking about medieval times. Maybe I can dull the paint. But, you know, this is like 1700s. I don't know how rare paint was back then. I mean, maybe I've got a little bit too much on, say, this one. It's not really graffiti, it's like spilled paint. Like they've slapped some paint on it for some business reason. I don't know. They did some like, they were tagging the box to say, oh, okay, this box we're going to do that with it. But maybe it's a little bit thoughtless. I don't know. How commonplace was paint? We're talking about, that's blue dye though, right? We're not talking about paint. I'm talking about like paint industry. History. The paint and coatings industry had to wait for the Industrial Revolution became a recognized element of the American national economy. Paint mill in America was probably established in 1700. Okay. So still probably a little early. Like, they had wallpaper. You know what I mean? History of paint timeline. A talking wolf. Is this painting? No. I mean, it's not really even, we're not talking about like, again, we're not talking about like dye for clothing. Let me get some other colors from my palette. In fact, don't I have the palette in this thing? Can't I load it? Oh, there it is. Ta-da! Okay, well. The little I don't think you can't. I just think that you just have to, what's the word? You just have to be a little more relaxed about it. Just don't worry so much. Why is the sword wobbling? The sword doesn't wobble. You mean the crate? The crates wobble. Where's the sword wobbling? Oh, that's just perspective stuff. It's like sub-pixel movement. He's tilting it. You know, he's like tilting it towards us. Don't worry so much. Don't nitpick so much. You're more of a perfectionist than I am, chat. You want this game to take another 15 years? I do think that they're still like, we'll put them around the levels and see how they feel. They're probably not right. You're goated. Thanks, bro. Oh, that's not right. Why is that like that? Wait, it is right, and then something's wrong about it. I must have done a bit of an offset. That's pretty good, actually. That doesn't bother me at all. The Fresnel effect on it is a little much, because it doesn't appear like anywhere else in the game. I would say definitely use whatever size sprite makes sense to you, but I would usually stick to multiples of 2, just because it's easier to place them on a grid when you do that. So even numbers. 23 is okay. The only reason you would make it an odd number is if you want the pixel to be, the sprite to be like if you have like an arrow pointing up and you want one pixel right in the dead center at the top, then you could do it odd. Why does it shake so much? What is causing that to do that? Let's go look at it. Wait. Sample scene cameraless. It's trying to sample the scene around it. Like the exact pixels behind it. I mean, I don't know if that's paying off right now. I think it must be using itself in that equation. Like, what is that? What is the sorting layer texture giving us that bright yellow? How could it be? We have to pass the screen position in. That's probably one of the things we should do. Blah. Probably one of the things we should do. But even that is super duper strong. Pixel? Raw? No. What we should do is just pass that in to the output and see what happens. Oh no, it is working. That's actually correct. But I think it's obviously using itself to determine that. So it's multiplying and multiplying and multiplying its own color over and over and over again. That's unfortunate. How would we resolve that? You would need for this to be the opaque texture. And then you would need these to be on the transparent. Well, it's got alpha. Right, but the camera sorting layer texture, the problem is that no matter what, it's going to multiply on itself. Hey, Billy Lynchy, welcome. Hey, Amadeus, thank you. I'm curious how you'll interpret the animator's ability to establish a fully causal link between the animation and the code. Those sound like big words, but I'm not sure I understand what you mean. How would I best do? Hello? Hello? That sucks. Does that increase in frequency or am I imagining things? Frequency? You mean like brightness? Hello, sorry about that. It's been blue screening a lot recently. I don't know what it is. Yeah, it's blue screened like maybe 7 times in like the last 2 months. I don't know what the cause is. Can you go event viewer for me? Yeah, I can do that. It's Windows 11 actually. The latest NVIDIA driver? There was a driver issue. How do I check? Where do I find the crash in the event viewer? Under main event viewer local, it should show you all of the event types. Critical, this. And error. Double click kernel power. Well, how do I? The system has rebooted. System stopped responding or crashed unexpectedly. I mean, like, yeah, of course. That's just saying that we had a blue screen, right? We could go to details. I don't know how to interpret it. And how do we know that we had a crash? I guess we look for something that happened just now. The thing is, I have something called Who Crashed that I've been using. And how do you check dump files? Like, this thing is pretty good at interpreting the stuff that we were just talking about. So this reads the mini dump and it says, this indicates that Microsoft Windows or a kernel mode driver accessed page memory at dispatch level or above. This is a software bug, most likely caused by a bug in a driver. It's the same driver. And I don't know what the driver is. I don't know how I can diagnose that. I thought maybe it was a Wi-Fi, like a card thing, like a Realtek driver or something like that. Is it the same code? No, it's a different code every time. Actually, this code is the same as this one. No, it's not. It's just very similar. So what do I do? What do I do, chat? Is it an OBS error? Do I reinstall the NVIDIA driver? Probably NVIDIA, right? If we have to guess. I'll do it after the stream. We've only got another 10 minutes to go. CPU overheating? I'm not really sure. How do I check the temps? Is that still in performance? My CPU is pretty baller. I'm not really pushing it that hard. And it's not that hot here. Unless I put on really bad thermal paste. Do I have CPU Z? I don't. Where is the, it's not startup apps. What is it? There was like another view. What's it called? Resource manager? Resource monitor? Does that do temps? There's not a lot of dust. It's a brand new PC. This is from like, the PC is like a month old, month and a half old. It's not like an old PC that's, it's like, it's new. Did I adjust the BIOS? We did. I did at chat's advice. So Crispy, what does that usually mean? It's just like a bad driver? Or is it something that is there something that I could have done to cause that? Is my question. Yeah. GPU is one I'll have to try. Okay. I mean, but does that help us? What's it called? Oh, NVSP helper is NVIDIA. All right, well, I'm downloading WinDBG. We'll figure it out. How do I read it? Click on the blue analyze. Blue analyze? Am I blind? Was in the log. Oh, there. Thanks. So it's this thing, this kernel something. Is that what you're talking about? Or could it be something else? Am I looking higher up? It does sound scary. What? Edge? Oh, Edge Web View 2. What the heck? Is that real? That can crash it? Edge crashed my PC? It's an Electron thing. Could that be OBS? So it was Discord. It could be. Hi, I am Dave. like, could it actually just be Edge? I'm not using Edge, as far as I know. I don't know what uses it. What's going to happen when I do this? Wait. Do I have to... You're telling me to uninstall it. And you want me to run it as admin? Should I do that? Will I use to install Chrome later? That's a good question. Yeah, I feel like I shouldn't. Oh, web view. But hang on a second. Let's not. Why did I do that? This isn't safe. Just a second. Web view 2 causes PC to crash. What is Edge Web View 2? It's basically just, yeah, but what uses it? I mean, okay, but we don't know which program because... That's the process. I don't know how to read it beyond that. I will say it only happens when I'm using OBS. I wonder if OBS uses for its little, if it uses like the Chromium thing, the web, the little, but I'm pretty sure they're Chrome specifically. Wait, it's not Windows 10. I know I'm not using Windows 10. Why? You can write GPT. Yeah. Can I install, but can I be streaming and install the driver? I feel like we're going to get some funky stuff happening. It's going to ask me to close OBS. But I will. I'll install a new NVIDIA driver after the stream. Let's start with that and then we'll see if it breaks. So, shaders. That's what we want to fix. How do we get this right? So, right now we're getting the same color over and over again. I guess I'm always gonna know what this color is. So why don't I just, well, I guess I wanted a little bit of, need to render it after the opaque pass, but how do I do that in shader graph? And I actually don't know if that's gonna help. Because this is transparent. Renderer feature. But I feel like other things in the game rely on that being where it is. The default render texture, sorting, what is it? The front clipping plane or whatever it's called. Foremost sorting layer. I feel like I need this to be where it is. And then after opaques is, where does that go? I mean, we could use a different, like, we could use your renderer feature to sample just that bit. But I don't know if I really care that much. I think instead I'll just multiply the color of the pot up. And what's this? What are we doing this for? What is this 1.2, 1.8? I think it's like RGB. We're getting a bit more blue in there. I don't like that. That makes me upset. And then I think overlay is the right one. But I only want to use that. That'll do. Yeah, it's not as good as it was. It doesn't feel like light because it's not reacting. With the scene. There is, I mean, maybe we should have like some kind of a reflective light system in the game. Later though, not right now. Maybe we just use like just a little bit. The thing is this, if I want to only multiply some of it, why am I subtracting? That's an interesting one. This minus this color. The grass does not move. No, I think you need a coffee. Shouldn't we like multiply by this? Hey, Cyclims, welcome. Thanks. I guess we could multiply this by 0.5 and see what happens. It shouldn't be more bright. It's kind of cool how like bright it is, but maybe that's a bit too much. Well, that's only 0.35. But we are multiplying it down a couple times before we get here. So what if we just added this to that? Yeah, that's way brighter. I didn't mind the blend though. Maybe we just put the intensity in after and then put that there. And then we can get rid of this and then that. And then save that. It should look really bright now. Oh, that looks really good. Yeah, that looks great. I'm not sure if it's doing what I expected it to do, but it does look good. Also, this isn't the normal daytime of the game. This is the normal time of day. So in this light, I mean, it's definitely pretty bright. And I'm also not seeing it, man, the lighting on the boxes is actually so perfect because we just came from like a more lit area. I'm going to keep it like this for now, but maybe what I should do, oh, I think I get it. I think I've got it. I think we need to pull from we need to sample the pixel outside of our current pixel. Like, rather than sample the exact screen position, if we add a pixel away from the middle of the object in the direction of where we are, then we'll be sampling, like, let's say we're a circle, yeah? And that's the center of the circle. If we're trying to figure out how to light this section right here, we could just sample this pixel, take this, multiply it out that way, then this will never be multiplying with itself. It'll only ever be multiplying with what's outside of it in the level. I don't know if we really ever even want to do that. But it seems cool. We just need to sample the screen position plus if the pixel diagonally is dark, then it's supposed to be dark, right? We're multiplying. What we're doing is taking the color of the level and we're blending that in by adding it to this. So this is going to get added to that. If this is black, then that's not going to change. So it's like you have a piece of wood or whatever, or a piece of glass or something, and you're trying to figure out how bright to make reflections on this part here. Like almost like trying to figure out, you know, that Fresnel effect. But I'm trying to just sample what's next to it in the scene. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with dark. If it's dark, then it's dark. Like if it's dark here, why should it be light here? I'm not using real lights, you know? I'm actually just multiplying it already. I'm just multiplying this, what's behind it in the world. But there's nothing bad that happens if you sample a black pixel. It just doesn't light up anymore. Again, we're only adding. We're not subtracting, or we're not multiplying. Average screen color. Yeah, you can do that too. You could do that too. But in order to do that, I still need to apply an offset. It's just what you're describing is do this and then do it a bunch more times, or use a lower resolution texture with bilinear filtering on. Would also do the thing. But either way, we've got a problem where sampling this pixel and then using that pixel to calculate the pixel is giving us that it's multiplying up. We don't want that. Because we're adding and adding and adding and adding. It's like this color gets multiplied with itself, gets multiplied with itself, gets multiplied with itself. So it's just going towards max brightness every time. I'm saying if we do it the way I'm suggesting is this is never going to change. So this output is never going to change. Unless we move the camera and then the color that's this relative to that because of parallaxing or whatever is going to change it. Hey, Crispy, thank you so much. The point I'm trying to make is you have some like object in space. There's parallaxing objects behind it. And as you pass by the object, you want the rim to flicker a little bit. That's all I'm saying. Right now, that rim is just the color of the base object, but multiplied up a bunch because it's just adding to itself over and over again. But if we sample literally just one pixel outside of what's getting painted on top of, it'll do what I wanted it to do. I'm certain of it, and I don't need you to help me. So the thing is, I need to build a different shader to do this. Maybe it's like a sub shader or something. I'm certain it will have a downside, but what's the downside? What is the downside? Describe it to me. I'm not using real lights in the game though. It's simulated. It's fake. It's pixel art. Yeah, I will. I'll just try it. But how does that what does that look? It sounds like we're looking for a problem and then just picking the nearest thing that we think could be a problem. But how is the output of that bad? Because we're already doing it right now. It's already how it works. I'm just saying rather than picking this pixel, pick this one. And I don't understand what you think would be wrong about that. Because I know what the game is, right? Like I made the game. Why would I be, there's no parts in the game where I'm checkerboarding black and white. You know what I mean? So like, you're really just saying, oh, what if you sample this part here instead of this part here? It's like, so what? Like locally, the colors are pretty much consistent. Like this pixel or this pixel or this pixel or this pixel, what's gonna happen? What are we worried about? If I pick this pixel, it's going to be that color. If I pick this pixel, it's the same color. We're just making up problems here. So let's create a shader graph, custom sprite unlit shader graph. And we're going to call this sample outside. Where did it go? There. This has got a very specific name you need to use. And then not expose it. Because Unity. Now we're going to need a background here. Something more diverse than that. Oh, that's working. It is doing something. We just need to put a value on that. Well, Animal Well is a bit different because they've got basically their own everything. And I'm not really looking to roll my own feature here from scratch. I'm kind of working within the Unity space. I mean, like, we could do something. We could figure something out, but yeah, I'm not. Hang on a second. 0.01, 0.01. So we'd want to see a drift here. Yeah, that's perfect. I'm guessing that's 01 is it? If I make this 0.5. It's not 5 pixels. I'm not sure how to interpret it. I mean, not necessarily. I mean, look, the point I'm trying to make is not that you wouldn't it's not that you couldn't do the Animal Well thing. It's that if you wanted to do it, you'd have to set the whole game up that way. So my question is, like, how do we convert to some space? Let's think about what we want. So we need to convert. In fact, I'm already doing this here. I've got my screen position and I'm converting the screen position. I'm taking the screen width and height, dividing it over 1, and then adding, in this case, I'm adding some really tiny number to get outside, but this is kind of the same thing that I want to do, I think. So it's actually, if I just copy this, The question is, where do I put it in here? I think it's... I think it's this that goes in there. And then this vector 2 is that. But that doesn't seem right. Oh no, it is. Look, every time we calculate it, it goes off by a full pixel, right? Or is that just a coincidence? I can't tell. It looks like a pixel to me. But I could be just wishful thinking. No, it's like 3. It's like 3 pixels. I can see his eye. It's just happening really, really frequently. It does depend on how far you zoomed in. So that's not right. I would have thought this would have done a thing. The wax particles disappear after about 1.5 seconds. I made that, Kirani. It's called shader graph. It shouldn't depend on screen width and height though, no? Well, I don't know. I'm just guessing here. I don't have any idea about what any of this does. Because this is screen position, right? I don't know what that value is. Not shader graph. They're talking about the level, right? Did I call it shader graph? Scene graph. I don't know any. I'm tired, chat. And also, Elzac helped me make it, or is helping me make it. Scene graph. Sorry about that. And it's going to get a rename soon, apparently. Oh, I can't tell. What? What is that? Are these giant? Is this really, really big? only adding world position at 0.01 to screen position. But maybe this screen position is not the same as this screen position. Could say view. Oh, this is a view. The UI. What do you mean what happened to it? It's still in the game. Raw screen position. The alternative would be to do an outline around the object. Make it just multiply with its surroundings and then shrink it somehow, multiply it with its neighbor. How would I get? Let's try that. Okay. Like, something like that, yeah. I have a couple of versions of this. Same difference though. Hey, bad cop. How's it going? So then we need to multiply this. Wait, what? So let's say now this is literally the scene exactly outside of us. We don't need this, and we don't need this, and we don't need this, and we just chuck that in there. Okay. And then we plug this here. And then we just save that and go like that. Well, hang on a second. Why is the sorting layer texture not doing nothing? Oh, the alpha is 1, but the alpha should probably be that. So there he is. And it's not quite right, is it? It's actually not sampling correctly. I think this is not supposed to be raw. Look at that. It's so strange. A text version of visual shaders? That sounds a little... Let's not go overboard, pals. Let's not... Careful now. You know what I mean? That would be nice. Contextual outline was what this was. I actually built this. Maybe I could just literally just do the thing that I had built like months and months and months ago. Maybe that would be good. But it looks like it doesn't work anymore. But I might have to pass in our main text into this. Hello. How you doing?
Much better.
Oh, that's nice. You're happy again.
Can you turn the mic off first?
Yeah, I can do that. Hey, 9 hours for 12 frames is not that crazy. All right, what's going on here? Why are you doing nothing? Well, it looks like that's doing absolutely nothing. I think this threshold is the value that I'm thinking of. And that creeps in on the original. Yeah. And this value must be doing something. You can see it here. There's a change as it crosses into the transparent, I think. So something's happening. Let's go have a look at what we're actually doing. Gosh. So we got some maths. We're converting from screen space into sampling the sprite. This samples the scene. Then we're splitting that into RGB. And we're looking at the difference between Armin's inline and the scene. Right. But I want this with outline. Yeah, there is a screen position node. That's the one right there. But we're talking about screen space to literally UV space. I don't know if that's a thing we can... I don't know if we need to do something else with that. Thank you, Rotowam. So then this is like an inner stroke. We want to do this, but maybe if I uncheck this box or provide a Boolean in called inner and set this to true, but then there we go. That's something. But it does nothing. Oh, great. I guess because the alpha here is that. So you would actually want to do this and then stroke. And make that the alpha. Or like step that. Something's happening. We're doing something. We just now need for this color to take on the scene color. Which I think we're getting the same problem here as we had before. Where it's like, yeah, it's just going to be almond skin tone over and over and over again because we're actually painting that pixel. But instead, we want to apply the pixel change to the inside layer. This is really hard and I don't have the patience for it. And if it's just there to make the boxes a little bit brighter, we can always come back and try this later and do it that way. It's a cool idea. I just don't think I see it. I just don't think I see it being that valuable for us to spend all this time on it right now. Like, yeah, this would be really great if these weren't so orange, but that's all it's really going to change. And hopefully have the scene. I mean, it might even not look good. It might be something where we have to sample a really, really low res version of the scene to get it looking like kind of blurry. And even then it might not be what we really want. So I don't know. And all of this was just for boxes. We got super sidetracked. Hello. I mean, the boxes weren't even, they were just things we were doing for the sake of. I'm not saying like low res, well, I mean, we just have a texture of the scene that's a little bit brighter and really low res, and we're blurring it as we scale it up. It's like bilinear filtering, scaling up or whatever. And then we're sampling that to determine what the color is behind the thing. Yeah, I don't know. I just want more opportunities to have stuff in the levels, really. That's all this is about. I think I want pots to always be in front of boxes. The HP bar? It's not. What HP bar? You think you don't want the boxes to blow up? Is that what you're saying? You want the boxes to tank a couple hits? But then we would need a damage state for them. Which I'm not against, but that adds a bit of a layer to it. Maybe. All right. I mean, we can give them... I'm not going to give them HP, but like I can give destructibles. Like hit counts. Oh, there is a damage value. I can give it a rudimentary health. There you go. No. I mean, I agree that I think that there should be, I don't think it'll look good. I think it'll look like it's broken the first time. And then I think it'll encourage the player without some visual feedback that's unique and obvious. It's going to look like it's broken the first time, and then it's going to be like, oh, I guess I have to hit it twice. And that's never going to feel great, in my opinion. We could spawn like a couple, but you're going to want to see damage. Mm. Damn it. Why? Whoops. Oh no, that's right. Unless it's doing it like lots and lots and lots of times in one collision, it's doing like multiple like hit registries, because this isn't using Retrobox. Oh, okay, well, there you go. That wasn't too bad, actually. You know what? It actually wasn't so bad. I bet you now it won't work. After it worked when we were pausing it. Okay. Maybe 3 hits worth. I don't know why it worked that time. Like 50. And then we want it to really shake. Oh, that's the camera that's shaking. There is a thing that happens when you don't hit it right? Well, I can fix this. Where's the on trigger enter? You're actually right. That's a really, really, really good point. But I don't have anything in the game that has HP, that has a vulnerable direction. Everything's just will die in one hit. Well, that didn't do anything. Oh, because I didn't give them the shaker. Well, yes, I did. Ah, but I didn't plug it in. Pretty good. I mean, that it does work. Should I give them random HP? Yeah, and we could actually probably spawn if it took health. Wait, hang on a second. This only happens if we... Oh, I see. I see what you're trying to say. No, you were right. You were right the whole time. Okay, also broken. That's wrong. I started with sketches. I didn't start with pixel art. Nice, we're good. I think we need to spawn like a little bit. Nah, it's too hard. That's way too hard right now. I could spawn some particles, but right now the particles are part of the boxes. I would need to like pop them off a stack or something like that. The hit registration's not bad. The other thing was we have a hit flash. At the transform position, but I think I want to get, I assume we have a collider. I just don't like the fact that it was showing me the shatter. That's better. We already have 6 apples. Oh, because they have a 100% drop rate on apples. Whoops. There's one other issue. If I destroy a box underneath another box, the other box is just going to sit there, floating in space. I don't want to do that. Hey, Crumpetus, welcome. It looks good. I could give them like a little stand or a little table or something like that. All right. Oh, I just got the look, chat. I just got given the look. I gotta go before I get my head cut off. It's a little late. I got carried away. Thanks, everyone, for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. Sorry. Let's raid. Baba de Bois is cool, but they're in French. What about Hey Now? There you go. Thanks, everyone. It was a pleasure. Check out Insignia. That's right. Insignia on Steam. Please wishlist. It would be a huge, huge help for me if you did. I appreciate all of your viewership and your support. Thanks for helping me out. This was fun. We'll do it again tomorrow, yeah? Alrighty. Thanks, everybody. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.